dear all, warmly welcome to all the Yerevan Capital of Culture 2026. My name is Päivi Laajala and I am the mayor of Oulu. First of all, thank you for organizing the Digital Youth Work Seminar in Oulu. Unfortunately, I wasn't not able to attend the seminar in person. But I am very happy that international seminars and events are back here in Oulu. Oulu is the fifth biggest city in Finland, and we are in every way the heart of northern Finland. We combine urban, wild city life with clean waters and nature. We are known as a city of technology, but we are about to becoming much more. Oulu was declared the Yerevan Capital of Culture 2026. Our main theme is culture, climate change, and many topics are wild city, cool contracts, and Previll hinterland. Oulu is also an international city of education. Oulu has over 210,000 inhabitants. The average age of Oulu is 39 years, so we are a young, full city. Oulu children and youngsters are very important to us. Oulu is one of the UNICEF child-friendly municipalities. Youth work in Oulu is collaboration between different experts and organizations. The aim is to address issues before they become too big. So, preventively work is one of our main themes in youth work. Another important theme is networking. We work locally, but our youth work also has regional and international elements. This seminar is a good example of that. Thirdly, we arrived to the main theme of this seminar, digitalization. Always leading the world in developing digital technologies. Did you know that every day approximately 3 billion people in the world use mobile technologies developed in Oulu? The city of Oulu has its own program for developing digital services and businesses. We call it Digital Oulu. The program has two elements. One of them is that the city can help companies develop new digital solutions and grow their business. The other element is how digitalization makes the city's own processes and services better and more efficient. And this is what we aim for in a digital youth work too. We try to find new, better ways to work digitally. And we try to reach the youngsters with the new digital tools. This means that our youth workers need to think a bit differently and bravely try new tools in youth services. I believe our history as a city that always develops new technologies, it's very helpful in this regard. We are happy to share this experience and also learn from others. And this is what this seminar is all about. Thank you to the Finnish National Agencies for Education for organizing this seminar in cooperation with the City of Oulu Youth Services. Finally, I would like to say a few words about the war in Ukraine. As you know, we in Finland, as neighbors to Russia, are following the situation in Ukraine with worry and sorrow. Odessa has been our sister city for 65 years. We are very close, and we have been in contact with Odessa during the war also. Our city council decided to donate 100,000 euros to humanitarian help to Ukraine. The biggest cities and Finland and the state work together to coordinate, help and support the Ukraine. Our friends in all of Ukraine are in our hearts and all our minds every day. Dear all, with these words, I wish you all fruitful discussions and a great event in Oulu, the Light of the North. Thank you.
Hello everyone watching us from the YouTube stream. It's youth workers here coming to you from the city of Oulu, myself Antti Korhonen and colleague
Snezana Baczliak-Noch.
To say at first, we've been working since throughout the night to handle as youth workers all the technical issues and so on. We're at the moment experiencing still some and streaming now to every one of you from YouTube. For the participants later on, we'll move on to Zoom once we get that sorted out. Once more, to start with, a warm welcome. It's a beautiful day in Oulu, and we'll have a great 2.5 days together with you.
We will indeed. Antti said it's a nice and sunny day outside. We are behind the curtains, but hopefully you enjoyed some sun this morning. And we know in most of your countries it's 10 o'clock actually. Here it's 11, so hopefully you had some time to prepare, and now you're sitting comfortably and are ready for the program of the day. And as Antti said, we're working very hard to fix whatever bugs they are, but at least we have YouTube for the moment. Yeah? So while we welcome you in Oulu, we also wanted to welcome you in the context of our event, which is the Dissemination event called State of Play, which is part of the Digital Youth Work long-term activity. That's how they call them nowadays, isn't it? Indeed. The activity itself, which is an activity of a strategic nature, started as a cooperation between national agencies, let's say a year ago, so in 2021, and now this is basically the first opportunity to brag a little bit and to show what has already been done. So this is what we will do in the next 2.5 days. We'll be showing quite a lot what has already been achieved, and also look a little bit into the future to see what still is coming. Yeah, so we are in a quite nice crossroads to see where we are and what needs to be taken further. Yeah? We also wanted to tell you before we move on a little bit about our program for 2.5 days, and also to remind you that we have another space which is called conveniently House Space, where you can find all this information. But we still wanted to take you a little bit through the program. Today, as you see, we are starting, and besides the technical difficulties, we also have wonderful people joining us. You already heard the mayor or seen at least the mayor of Oulu, and you will be hearing some other people as well. We will not reveal all the secrets just yet. And so we will be opening in the morning, looking a little bit at why do we in general need digital youth work. This is not a questioning exercise. We know we need it, but it's more to kind of look a little bit deeper what it brings into our lives. First from the perspective of some of our experts, and then we will hand the ball to you and see what is basically why you find digital youth work as important segment of your working and maybe even private life. And then after lunch, we will start basically diving a little bit deeper into the long-term activity and discover about national strategies of digital youth work. And there you will have a chance to hear a few different angles of how it works in different national realities. So this will, and then we will again basically pass it on to you to process this a little bit and see how is it in your context, in your reality, and what you can do with this information. Yeah? And then there is the afternoon. Not free for us maybe, but hopefully free for the most of you.
Exactly.
And now you can actually see.
That's the way to go. So that's what Snezana was going through, and we can actually hop on to the next day, I think.
Yes, we can.
Program.
Indeed.
So we'll start structure-wise the days, and tomorrow will be quite similar to this afternoon's let's say, structure of the flow and the work packages that have been working in the long-term activities strategically will be presenting in the morning on the topic of competences and capacities, their insights from the work done so far in the strategic cooperation. And again, you'll have a chance then to go back and in smaller group, facilitated groups, digest a bit of that information as well. Our program is filled also with content from Oulu, so we're lucky enough to be in Oulu, us physically and you hopefully virtually as well, to see some examples of good practices of digital youth work being made here. And for example then on Thursday lunch we'll have a bit of a study visit, optional for everyone, to join the game mode for youth work project. As a part of, have a nice lunch and see how the sausage is made here in home. For the afternoon, where the topic goes into the question of what happened to the programs of Erasmus Plus and ESC when the coronavirus struck, and looking at online blended and hybrid mobility and the crossroads that's created there. So we're going to have a bit of a discussion followed by your reflections again on that topic.
Already quite a lot of material, and then we still have day 5, which is only half a day, but content-wise it's also quite full. And what is important to mention is that we have 2 very important people with us. I'll let Antti introduce them in a second, but who will be basically joining different parts of the program, listening, seeing, sensing, and then basically pack this information so that could be presented back to you to see what are the insights, what are the questions still remaining, what are the gaps that are still being filled. And then, and this is really a great pleasure of ours, we will finally be able to see all the people, well, not all the people involved, but at least representatives of all the different parts of this long-term activity together, where we are going to hear about the future of the LPR, or long-term activity, together from the different national agencies and different realities. This would take first part of the program, and then, as it will be already a tradition, we will pass it back to you to think a little bit about, okay, what do I do with this information? Yeah, how do I take it in my local context, or my national context, or my European, if that's where you work, and what does this mean for me, and how I can actually also contribute to the future developments of digital youth work. And then we will close, also in Oulu, but also in your home realities. Yeah, as we said, the program is on house base, and why we keep repeating this, as you can see, there might be different question challenges. We are a small team here in Oulu, but actually the team of the people that you will see on your screens is much bigger. And we all have our, let's say, insights and opinions and so on, and this is all being packed into the program. So in house space, you are always going to find the latest edition of the program.
To conclude and maybe summarize on all those voices from you guys as well as our team, as Snezana was mentioning, we've hired a couple of agents of youth work basically to work as observers throughout the whole program. So Reet Kost, the Estonian National Agency Director, who will be one of the observers on the background, as well as then Panu Räsänen from Verge in Finland. And the idea for the observers is that they will be basically analyzing all the data that you're producing, as well as looking at the outputs of the LTA itself, and bringing them forward then, as Snezana was saying, on Friday morning, to be taken further, as this is a milestone in the strategic process in general.
Indeed, and maybe one also word of reminder, besides some of the technical hiccups, let's call them this way, because surely they will be soon resolved, there might be some challenges with the time zones as well, because what we communicate is Central European time, but we don't sit in the Central European time, we actually sit in Central European time +1 here in Oulu.
And this was news to some of us Finns as well.
Exactly. So what we communicate to you will be in Central European time, and wherever you are, please do check what that means for your time zone, because that's when the program will be starting. This we managed this morning, to start on time, and hopefully also on time in your time zone. And then we said there will be quite some other people joining us as well, but we will be introducing them as the time comes, because we actually want to give them proper time for the introduction and to see basically what is their role. Anything else to add from this point of view?
I think, I mean, if you'll find ways to communicate to us as well. So for the participants, it's in the Zoom, which we're working on now, but then also in the YouTube stream, you see the comment section, as well as on Housebase. Under the program, there's a section for comments. So feel free to leave us anything. And of course, every single session itself will have that moment for you guys to interact with each other. And if there's anything that you want to communicate to here to our studio or to the other participants, you just use one of these tools, please.
And I just realized maybe one more technical remark. If you see us looking to our right, I think it's because the screen is there, and also Domagoj is there. Yeah, Domagoj is waving to you in Zoom if you're there. If not, then you will see him later on, and he will be supporting the processes on Zoom. So when we turn, we look a little bit at Domagoj. We look also a little bit at Antti and Juha, who are with us also in the studio and on the screen, where we sometimes like to see ourselves as well.
Last thing before passing it on to the Ministry of Education and Culture in Finland for some words, to say if you wish to help on promoting this event a bit and the results a bit, Domagoj has been the one working on our social media platforms and the links to be shared. So if you see one of those, just press the share button, please, and we'd be happy for that. Thank you.
Okay, well, you already kind of mentioned the Ministry of Education and Culture, and we have really a great pleasure to invite Seija Astala, who is a great friend, I think, for all those who are active in youth work in Finland, but I think also wider. And she was also part of the LTA since the very beginning. So we actually invited her to join us, at least online this morning, to basically say a couple of words of welcome and also kind of an introduction to our event. So Seija is the Council for Cultural Affairs in the Ministry of Education and Culture in Finland. Welcome, Seija.
I hope so.
We are trying to see if we can hear Seija.
Can you hear me?
Just a second, Seija, if you can hear us, just that we make sure that your voice is also loud and clear.
Okay.
Myself and Snezano will practice all kinds of dance recitals for you for the reasons of if we need to fill any gaps. But let's see if we can get that.
Hopefully we can spare you. But if needed.
Trust me, we all hope so. Let's see.
Of course, this is the moment where we say, Antti already said it a bit about the last night, but that we did practice, the Seija did join us this morning, that everything worked perfectly, Seija is nodding, exactly. And then of course the moment where it needs to become official, then technology, not just printers, apparently all technology goes against it.
I think this is a perfect lead up also to one of our questions for later on this morning, which is posed to the participants and to all of us, that how are we actually dealing and capable of dealing and working on the digital transformation.
Audio for YouTube is fine. YouTube is fine. Seija is on YouTube audio.
Okay. Seija, you are okay to go.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Thank you for waiting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me. And thank you very much for all those kind words. I hope that all technical challenges will be solved, and I'm sure you will do it. So, good morning from southern Finland, and I'm actually in Vantaa at home at the moment, and I'm very sorry that I couldn't join you today. But on behalf of the Ministry of Education and Culture, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to this event. This long-term activity on digital youth work builds on the Council conclusions of the Estonian and Finnish presidencies of the Council. And it is very encouraging to see that these policy documents have led to a practical implementation process, which hopefully will benefit the sector from the European to the local level. EU programs like Erasmus Plus and European Solidarity Corps are now more important than before when European values, democracy and human rights are being seriously attacked. In the youth sector, our responsibility is to defend these values because they lay the foundation for our work in Europe and also in the member states. It's important to raise awareness of our European common values as well as European history and culture. Youth work has great potential to allow for experiential learning in a non-formal setting and to involve young people in activities that can strengthen their digital competencies and media literacy. In today's Europe, we all need competencies that help us to tackle different online risks, such as hate speech, disinformation, and propaganda. Erasmus Plus programs considerable budget for this programming period provides an excellent opportunity for enhancing European cooperation. However, an increased budget is not only a benefit but also a great challenge for using the available resources strategically. Long-term activities of Erasmus Plus, like this project, are one good step towards a more strategic approach. To this end, the progress made and all those results achieved need to be followed up regularly by all those involved in developing youth work in the member states. I would warmly encourage the members of the national delegations present here today to bring their own perspectives to the discussion. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the European Commission and the national agencies of the Erasmus programme and all their partners who have contributed to the LTA. I would also like to kindly thank the City of Oulu for hosting the event. I wish you all an inspiring and productive seminar. Thank you.
In Oulu, and once again, all your work that contributes to the strengthening of the youth work beyond Finland as well. And now we have another great person to introduce.
Yes, we were thinking of how to start the discussions amongst the participants of the event, as well as how to bring a bit of inspiration in for us all. And we're lucky enough to have Dr. Jane R. Melvin from the University of Brighton joining us, tackling kind of the topic and issue of why do we actually need digital youth work and digital youth work transformation. And Jane's going to give us a small input on the topic of youth work in a digital world. If there's ever been the time is now. So I pass it on to Jane.
Have we got any sound? Can you hear me? I can't hear anything at the moment. Can you hear me? Can somebody give me a nod or something? Because I don't know if you can actually hear me or not.
She's speaking, we can't hear her. Now we can hear you.
Ah, excellent, excellent. Thank you very much.
We can hear you, Jane. Can you hear us?
I can, yes. I can. Am I okay to go? Yeah? Everything's okay,
We
yes?
can hear you, yeah, Jane.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yes.
I think it is ironic. We have an event where you're going to be focusing on digital youth work, and you know, as you've already said, the technical challenges sometimes, get the better of us. So hello everybody, and I'm so sort of delighted to be with you this morning, and to have been asked just to say something to you all. I've been billed as an inspirational speaker, which I think is quite a big expectation. So I'm really hoping that I can be inspirational for you. But even if perhaps I'm not, or I'm only a little bit inspirational, I'm hoping that I can send you away with some thoughts and questions that will guide the work that you're going to do over the next period of time. I've called this Youth Work in a Digital World, if there's ever been a time, the time is now. And this has been prompted definitely by not only the events of the past 2 years in terms of the pandemic, but also what is happening today in Ukraine, whose people are all in our thoughts. Little bit of background: I've been studying and researching and writing about aspects of digital youth work in the UK for about 10 years now, and my journey and my interest in this started as a response to youth work in the UK telling me that they didn't have the expertise, the confidence, or the support to engage with young people digitally. And that worried me because as youth workers, I don't think we've the option to choose what we do when young people come to us with a need, a challenge, or a question. Can I have the next slide, please? Next slide. Have I got control? Oh no, that's it. That's great. That was my inspirational slide. We're going to catch up now. So if we can move to the next slide again, that would be great. Lovely. Thank you. There are so many, for me, there are so many compelling reasons as to why we should be working with young people as informal educators, as youth workers, in relation to the digital world and their online experiences, their experiences of using different devices and so on and so forth. But today I just wanted to focus on two particular things which I think are compelling drivers. One, which is a bit more generic perhaps, but it's about young people's identity formation. So what role do we have as youth workers to be looking at what role the digital world plays in the identities of young people as they are growing up and becoming adults, but also our role in education, promoting critical thinking and skills acquisition around the management of that digital world and that identity and that experience that they are all having. And I want to make clear that I believe that this type of work can take place both online and off. We can use digital devices, platforms and apps to do this work, but equally we can do this work by simply having a conversation. And so this is why I think that the engagement with the digital world by youth workers with the young people that they work with can be done by anybody, no matter what the actual level of expertise might be. Can I have the next slide, please? So I'm just going to ask you to just participate a little bit. As a youth worker, I find it quite difficult just to talk to a screen, not knowing exactly who's out there. So I just want you to do a little exercise. You can write this down, or perhaps you can just keep this information in your head. But I would like you just to think about 6 things that would describe you. All right, and I've given you some examples on the screen here. You know, six things that would describe you as a person. that are, perhaps important, or perhaps how you would describe yourself if somebody was introducing you to someone else at a party, maybe. And what I would really like, if some of you can get involved using the chat function on the screen, is to just see some examples of some of the words that people are choosing to describe themselves. So whenever you're ready, if anyone can jump in, I'm going to go silent for a few seconds just to give you a chance just to do that. I've just put something in the chat just to get you going there, which might define me. Come on, let's have some courage. If you can't find the chat box, it's on the bar that's in the middle bottom of your screen. It's a little, on my screen, it's a greyed out little speech bubble. So just put some things in that would describe yourself, just some keywords. Come on, I dare you. I dare you to participate. I think everyone's scared this morning, aren't they? Or perhaps they haven't found the chat function. Maybe not. Okay, well, I'm gonna just move on through that. But if you're able to contribute into this exercise, that would be excellent. I must admit that the last time I came to Finland to work with a group in Helsinki, I didn't get told off, but it was quite interesting because I was trying to do a lot of participative work, and people were saying, "Oh, Finnish people don't speak to each other in this way," or something. So maybe it's just that you're either slow waking up this morning, or perhaps you're quite happy just being a passive participant here. Okay, so when I do this exercise with youth workers in the UK, this is a sort of typical list that somebody might write about themselves. Okay, some people might put aspects of the digital world here. So on this list that we have in front of us here, we have gamer, for example. So somebody might feel that the fact that they play a lot of online games and enjoy that as a hobby, but also as a way of connecting, they might feel that's a very important part of their identity. Equally, if someone's a parent, or if someone is a sister, brother, son, daughter, they feel that those are very important things. And then what I do with this exercise is I ask people to then take out two. All right. So, for example, if you've written in your list that being a parent, for example, is an important part of your identity, what would it feel like for that aspect of you to just go away, to just not be there, to just disappear? What would it feel like if, one of your passions is going running, and suddenly that aspect of yourself is not there? Okay, how would it be? All right. If you have described yourself in doing this exercise with some aspects of the digital world, so for example, we've got gamer there, but it might be that you're a blogger, a vlogger, that you do podcasts. It might be that you're very active on social media. You're very into doing TikTok videos. I don't know, anything like that. But if you've written something like that and you then delete that, what might that mean for you as a person? Okay, what would it be like to have that digital world effectively deleted from your life? So the next part is to think about, if we did this exercise with young people, what would their lists look like? Okay, and would their lists contain aspects of the digital world as well? And if we then deleted those aspects, how would that be in terms of us working with them? All right. The reason for me sort of introducing this exercise to you, or asking you to think about this, is that by not engaging in what young people are interested in, whether it is TikTok, or whether it is playing football, it doesn't matter. But by not engaging in that as youth workers, are we ignoring or even denying an aspect of identity? And how might that young person or young people feel if in our work with them, we seemingly ignore or discount or almost erase parts of their identity? In the UK, we talk a lot about working with the whole young person, placing the young person at the centre of what we do and working with the needs that young people bring to us, no matter what those needs are. Next slide, please. Lovely. And I would ask you to think about whether it is acceptable for a youth worker to make a response as we've got written here, for example, but I'm not on social media, which basically is saying, well, I don't know anything about it, therefore I'm not going to engage in that way. Some of the youth workers that I've worked with in my research are very comfortable about opting out of this aspect of young people's identity. And personally, I feel it's a very important aspect for the young people today. I'm old enough to remember a time before the internet, but the young people that you're working with have grown up with this all around us, and with devices that are developed and improved day on day, access to the World Wide Web and to a global society, as it were, is at their fingertips. And so not acknowledging that or not working within that, I think, is problematic for me, certainly. However, it's, as I said before, it's enough to have the conversation. We don't, as youth workers, need to be fully skilled up in knowing how every platform works, in understanding how different games can be successfully completed. We don't necessarily need to know that. What we do need to be able to know is what questions to ask and what challenges to make. And this can be done, as I've already said, by talking to young people or by sitting alongside them when they're on their devices, exploring together as youth workers, and so on and so forth. Can I have the next slide, please? So there is something for me about positive conversations. There is so much about the digital or about the online world and online life that people will identify as negative. They'll say, don't do that, it's not safe, or don't go there because you'll be exploited. Be careful, be careful, be careful. Internet is bad. It's a bad place. It's the Wild West and things like that. But there's another side to that, which is that it's we've got incredibly powerful tools here. We've got an amazing resource at our fingertips, and we've got an amazing resource for young people to get to grips with, in more than perhaps just a surface level. So in terms of conversation, for me, it's about, what do young people enjoy? Why do they do it? Who do they follow? This will skill you up as youth workers as well, because that'll also then enable you to think about your own training needs and what planned interventions perhaps that you could make. What about sharing and privacy? What do they understand about the aspects of their identity that are shared online? What can they tell you about potential opportunities or possibly risks as well? Okay. Thinking about online identity, I think this is a really interesting part of youth work, that young people can become whoever they want by using an avatar or by creating a character or whatever else, but how does that reflect who they really are, and how is reality connected or disconnected with a more imaginary or a more fantasy sort of aspect of identity? And what about issues and strategies? So what are young people facing, and what are the strategies, the positive strategies that we can equip them with that will enable them to be resilient and to cope with what they might find in their day-to-day life and experience of digital world? So can I have the next slide, please? So there's something also for me about authenticity. How can young people be themselves, and how can they resist the pressure to not have to create that false persona, or to use lots of filters, for example, to become someone else? What are the protective behaviours that young people need in order to do this and to become resilient? For me, this is a two-way conversation. We can, even if we're not feeling particularly confident ourselves, we can ask young people what they think, and we can explore the different strategies that different people have managed to create. What about the environments that give young people positive encouragement and engagement? How can all of this be used in a way that will positively promote what young people are and what they feel and what they think about what is happening today? How can we focus on some of those things rather than always thinking about the more toxic environments that might be encountered online? How can we get young people to promote their identities in a positive way, and to market themselves even in a way that would also enhance employability, for example? Next slide, please. So I believe that young people, that youth workers have an absolute responsibility to stay engaged with what young people do. And that would then include staying engaged with what young people do online or within a digital context. Okay, why wouldn't we be interested in their digital worlds as well as their real life worlds? If you would ask a young person about their day at school, for example, or if they were having issues with their relationship, why would you not also ask about their day online, or any issues they were having with relationships online? For me, it's not an option. For me, it's not something that youth workers can decide. It's about, again, engaging with the needs that young people might be bringing to you. Next slide, please. So I've only got a couple more slides. I think it's 4 to go now. So then that got me thinking about this other area that I wanted just to raise with you, which is about our role as educators in promoting critical thinking and skills acquisition with young people around the digital world and online world, as it were. And of course, all of us at the moment are captivated and challenged and saddened by what is happening in Ukraine. For me, I have just come away from watching the news in the UK, where they were discussing this picture of the journalist who has held up this sign on the Channel 1 Russian program, basically saying, no war, as it were. And when I first saw this picture, I thought, wow, how brave, how amazing is that woman to do this? And in fact, lots of people have also said the same thing. But then I came into a debate this morning on the news program where people were saying, no, this is Russian propaganda. This is actually a part of the same machine that is being put out. So my question for you is, how on earth do we help young people? How do we support young people today to start to make sense of all of this, particularly in the light of the disinformation that is being promoted widely? You know, how are we to know? If I can't understand perhaps what's going on here, or if I can't, if I misread the situation, what hope have young people got, we might say. So in terms of critical thinking and education, we have a duty to be challenging, to be prompting the discussion around things like this, and in line with that, prompting the discussion about how the digital world has sort of like super speeded up ways of promoting propaganda and disinformation. So, you know, what are the tools that we would need to be thinking about in relation to equipping young people to move forward from this? Next slide, please. And I, like probably many of you, have been, you know, on Twitter, and I've been looking at posts. I've been retweeting posts and liking posts, and you know, all around this situation. But this is another interesting article that was just published by Grazia magazine, where they were basically saying that people are just retweeting, but they're not being critical consumers necessarily of what they are retweeting. So how much of us are a part of the machine that is also propagating this disinformation and you know, facts, false facts, fake news, whatever you want to say about it, propaganda, as it were. So again, in terms of how young people engage with this, there is a real role for youth workers to be getting them to think carefully. What is it that you're posting? What is it actually saying? What does it say about your identity, whether online or off? Who might it attract in relation to targeting you with similar propaganda or whatever? Because we all know that the algorithms and in, you know, social media platforms will just give us more of what we are basically showing that we're interested in. So the critical consumption is something that, no matter what we're doing with young people around the digital world, we really, really need to be mindful of, and constantly getting them to question, constantly challenging, and also giving them the skills, which is about fact finding and to try to know what's true and what's not. Next slide, please. So this is a bit more of what I've just sort of said. What usually happens with me with PowerPoint slides is I leap ahead without thinking about it. But thinking about the intentions behind what people share, exploring how sources of information can be checked. And for me, the interesting one here is promoting the value of a varied digital diet. So encouraging young people to seek for tools, to seek for experiences, to seek platforms and apps and ways of giving them a balanced view of what's happening in the world. I suppose that's like sort of trying to dodge the algorithm in a way, but not just sticking to the same, but equally not just skipping from platform to platform in a very sort of light touch way, but being questioning, being challenging, and making choices based on correct information, you know, in that way. And final slide, please. So the last slide is a quote from Howard Rheingold. It is now 12 years old, as you can see from the reference there. But this is about participation with a much larger public. And in relation to the title of this presentation that I've said, that there is no better time for young people to be engaged in digital youth work. Young people are going to take us forward, and they need that understanding about how these very, very powerful and very important tools can be used to campaign, to promote their voice, to become engaged in democratic process, and their participation in that wider agenda. I guess we're all watching the situation at the moment in Ukraine, and we're all thinking about maybe, well, what part can I play? Well, maybe the digital, the online, social media, whether it's podcasts, whether it's vlogging, whatever it is, maybe that's way to make sure that young people can get their voices heard, but also challenge what is happening, and how that impacts their future, not my future really, but their future. So I think that's it for me. I hope I've given you just some things to think about. I haven't really focused on tools as in iPhones and tablets. My thoughts are more around that mindset, that critical consumption, what we put out as individuals in terms of showing parts of our identity or not, and all of those things I think can work right across the range of digital youth work that you might be doing with young people, whether it be virtual reality, whether it be blogging, whether it be online publishing, or photo exhibitions, whatever it is. All of those skills can apply in each one of those things. So I hope that will set some question marks and take you forward for your event. Thank you very much again. And yeah, that's me done, I think.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you so much for that input, and definitely some food for thought for the topic of if the time is right for young people to engage in digital world, and for the youth workers to support that. That seems to be really now, and the points that you're raising on that is quite clear to me, at least. So what's happening now, thanks again for Jane, and what's happening now, we'd actually like to bring Domagoj to show his face. So we're tackling still some of the issues with the Zoom and so on, and this is it's not our mascot, but it's actually our Zoom facilitator, Domagoj, and we're introducing him for the reason that the next bit will now happen in Zoom. So technically, where the YouTube stream will go on pause, it will stay there, so you can keep the link open if you wish. But for the participants of the Dissemination event, we'd like you to take the next minute or 2 minutes after we say go to go back to Zoom, and you'll see Domagoj's pretty face as a result of it.
So see you on Zoom.
See you on Zoom, but not yet. So the instructions for the task are as follows. We will put you into a bit of smaller groups. So we know that there's a lot of people from around Europe now in their own, hopefully, couches or beds or maybe even a table. And we'll put you in smaller groups to break the ice a bit with other participants with a couple of questions. These questions relate to of course what Jane was saying, and is there any reactions maybe from you guys that what resonates with you from what Jane was saying, as well as sharing a bit on what and what brought you to this event, and basically why are you here. And why are you here? Probably has to do something with the digital youth work.
Hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah, exactly. Hopefully. So Domagoj will be posting those questions also on Zoom into the groups, and we'll give you, for that round, about 20 minutes of time to discuss in the first group. You'll come back then to the bigger group, and we'll give you further instructions there. Once more, head to Zoom and see the questions Tomago is going to post. What resonates you from what Jane was saying and bringing to the table, as well as why are you here? So what brings you to this event? Studio out for a bit.
Indeed.
We can be chatting. We can be pretending to be chatting. It's on. It's live. It's on. And it's live. We were just talking with my colleague Snezana here that we can be chatting like casually, and so it's more inviting for the viewer to join into the session. Welcome back after lunch. Welcome to those who are joining us just now. My name is Antti. This is my colleague Snezana. We've actually taken the mic away for this one for Snezana, so she's there just to nod and agree with everything that I say. We'll start the afternoon sessions with a small video again from Oulu. As we said, we hope to present some practices and some good examples of digital youth work from Oulu. And the next one will be on the topic of a digital compass that is developed by the city of Oulu, and it's a tool for describing the strategy and how the strategy can be implemented in concrete activities, used basically in the whole field of education and culture services in city of Oulu. So enjoy the video.
Here at the City of Oulu's Educational and Cultural Services, we needed to enhance the planning of digitalisation. Therefore, we created a digital path called Digipolku to guide one development and implementation in our daily work within the city organisation and with the citizens. We used the Finnish State Treasury's Digital Compass board game as a basis. Digipolku allows our staff to influence the selection of our digitalisation goals. As a result, we create a blueprint for desired changes. This gives validated information for our organisation's decision-making. Together with the ICT specialists, our staff discusses concrete measures based on their own experience. The selected measures are compiled in a yearly implementation plan, accordingly to the resources. The process of Digipolku is repeated annually together with the budgeting rounds. This preserves systematic and coherent workflow in the educational and cultural services when we create, according to our city's brand, a higher grade of digital services for our citizens.
There we go. I hope you enjoyed that. Just to say, all the materials, so the videos as well as some reference materials from before, and everything we're producing throughout the days will be posting and putting up both on the house space as well as if you follow the social medias of the event. You can find everything essential from there. Right, for the afternoon, we're heading into the first, let's say, outcomes of the strategic long-term activity between the national agencies. And the first topic will be on the national strategies and digital youth work in relation to national strategies in different parts of Europe. The structure of the afternoon will be that I'll pass the buck soon to Mr. Juha Kiviniemi from Verke, who will introduce what we call the work package 1 in the long-term activity, focusing on these national strategies. And you'll hear their results, their outcomes, get some insight of the work that they've done, and on top of which we'll again do a reflection then in Zoom with the participants. This being said, throughout the stream, you're free to comment on the YouTube comment section, ask questions and so on. We try to lift them up also to the program here in the studio. But anyway, the next 2 hours will then happen in the way that there will first be an input in the YouTube stream, and then for the participants of the event, we ask you to join again to the Zoom. Reminding you that when in doubt, you always go to the house space, and you'll see on the landing page that where should you be, and here's the link. So you cannot get lost, right? Right, without further ado, I'm passing you on over to there, because it is there, yes, yeah. And to Mr. Juha Kiviniemi from Verke. Juha, go ahead and enjoy.
Thank you, Antti. Hello from my side as well. In case I seem to be fiddling with my earpiece during this short session, that is because I hear myself on a delay from there. And if you've ever tried speaking Speaking on anything at length when you hear yourself with a delay, you might be challenged. But that just goes to show that there are gremlins in the machines even when we are doing digital youth work. You get a brief respite now from my face on the screen. If we can get my slides perhaps now on the stream. Thank you. So indeed, our work package focuses, or rather focused because we are done with ours, on strategies for digital youth work. And we had the privilege of having wonderful participants from 7 countries within our work package. And the different thing about our work package as compared to any other work package was that our participants were representatives from these countries' ministries. So they are the people actually involved in crafting the policies. So indeed, they are the right people to discuss this and develop it further. You already, if you watched our live stream in the morning, you already saw Seija Astala, who was our Finnish representative, and today we'll talk with a couple of more representatives to kind of give you a brief glimpse into what kind of teams we discussed. The report from our findings is already completed, and we will upload it during today to Housepace, and it will also be publicly available in Edufi channels. So, on with the show. I'll give you a brief glimpse on what we talked about. Of course, we had to focus a little bit on challenges, even if we try to be as kind of solution-oriented as possible. But we discussed like what are the common issues that people face when they're crafting national youth policies regarding digitalization. And central challenges, for example, were related to time. Like, how often do we actually need to craft a policy? And it's a very different animal to kind of craft a policy for 2-year scale or 4-year scale, or as you will hear on the Estonian side, there is a wider digitalization strategy for 15 years. So that's a really different thing. And the wider strategies are another central challenge. It's much easier to craft a youth policy if there is indeed a wider strategy of digitalization to kind of draw on. We talked about challenges related to content. Are there national aims on digitalization that the content can draw on? And for example, how realistic can we be? We can't say that there should be a financing instrument in place in the strategy or national youth policy if simply there isn't money available for the sector. Yeah. We talked a lot about having this dialogue between different stakeholders, like co-creating the policy. How can that be done, and how that dialogue can be supported? And we'll touch on that in a bit as well. We came up with, I believe, 9 recommendations. So for example, there is one kind of set of recommendations related to the process of building those national strategies. So you see here, for example, we recommend that there should always be a shared understanding of digitalization kind of as a base of all the work, and just making sure that everyone that needs to be involved is indeed involved in the thing. We talked about the implementation and the recommendations related to that. So for example, we do see a need that if possible, funding instruments should be drawn up and implemented. But also it's a lot about evaluation, and of course evaluation of the impact of youth work in general is a huge issue in the field. But how do you make sure that the policy is evaluated as well as the implementation of that policy? Finally, I have 2 slides. So sorry, gremlins in the machine again. Or this is rather me implementing the same slide twice. But the final set of recommendations can be seen in any case on our report as well as the infograph that will be shared with you guys. So this just is a brief glimpse to the whole process. We took about 1 year to go through all of this, and it's been a wild ride at times, but we've gotten to the goal. So now Next, I would like to invite our first guest to the mix. If we can change my slides away from the screen and put in the... Thank you. Antti, do we have our first guest there? Let's see. Hello, can you hear me? I cannot hear you on my side for some reason. One moment as we check. Please hold. Again with the gremlins. Can you say something, Green?
Yes, hello to everyone.
Now we can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Oh, great.
So welcome. Please, we mentioned your name is Rintam, but which organization do you represent today?
I'm representing the Ministry of Education and Research in Estonia. I'm heading the Department of Youth and Talent Policy. 15
years spanning wider strategy on digitalization or a digital strategy. So can you share your thoughts a bit? What do you think the pros and cons are for having such a long time span strategy, and do you think anyone could do that, or does it require a special thing?
Yes, that's true. Actually, first I have to say that here in Estonia we like to make long-term plans, because yes, like you said, we have Estonian Digital Society development plans which runs until 2030, but actually it's actually true for other fields. For example, we have the youth sector development plan also, and it even runs till 2035. And actually the overall logic behind it, that actually the plan establishes or gives us such a long-term vision, but it somehow frames the topic, and it brings actually the different parts on the same page and really know where we want to go. But then we have, let's say, this kind of programs which actually this development plans are implemented through these programs, and these programs include actually concrete steps and also budget, and we do these programs for 4 to 5 years, but they are approved once a year. So actually the programs are quite flexible, and we can make changes according to the, let's say, the environment that brings us to different things and the different kind of fluctuations. So the 15 years is, I think, or 15 years are quite okay, but actually these kind of programs save us, so we can make changes quite easily. And actually, the overall, I would say that the logic allows us to have both a clear vision for the future and also clear idea about where we must go, and here and now, and what must be done to get to where we want to get to. And as far as making such a strategy goes, I would say that maybe it's not whether anyone can make a digital strategy. What I mean is that although Estonia is well known as a digital state, but I don't think that initially it was our country's aim to become known as a digital state. Rather, the aim was to use technology to develop better services for our people, for example. So technology has been a means to an end and not to end itself. And the same is with this current digital society development plan. We have this strategy, this frame, and these objectives are all relevant in the context, also in the field as well. And also, I think the COVID crisis has probably also pushed everyone, even those who have been slower with using digital technologies, to really think about how digital technology can help them to reach their objectives. And it's also in the youth field. So again, I think it's not really about making a strategy for strategy's sake, but you need to have a clear idea about what you're making for it.
Yeah, that's a very good answer. Thank you. You kind of touched on our second question. I see we are already running short on time because our time slots are terribly short, but you kind of touched on the topic of expectations, like having a vision and balancing these kind of expectations for a digital strategy or a digital policy, because people tend to expect really fast returns and immediate improvements because there is a new strategy. And you talked about having this long-term vision, which is of course super important to also communicate to any stakeholders. So within 1 minute, can you answer, where would you begin to kind of balance that long-term and short-term expectations with stakeholders?
I think it's always difficult to balance long-term and immediate expectations. But in the end, meeting immediate expectations, I think, also helps to meet the long-term ones. For example, in the case of long-term expectations of a digital state that has a good quality public services that are also offered proactively and that are environmentally friendly, it is recognized that to meet these long-term expectations, it's important to first meet a lot of other, perhaps short-term ones. One very clear one is that you need the data, and very high quality data, and something that we struggle in this youth field. And you also need specialists who both know how to produce data and how to use it. And again, something we are struggling in the youth field. So I think there is a lot of work to be done to meet this kind of expectations.
Definitely. Thank you so much for your insights and time today.
Thanks.
Next up, we have the pleasure of inviting Carlos Tsariva from the Portuguese Institute of Sport and Youth. The way we structured this work package was that we tried to have countries participating. Of course, whoever wanted to come was free to come, but we had the fortune of having countries aboard that had different, that were in different, let's say, different spots of the path on their way to a fully digitalized society or fully immersed policies. So now coming here is Carlos. Carlos, can you hear me? I cannot hear you yet for some reason.
No?
Moment. Yes, now we hear you. Perfect.
Okay.
Welcome, okay. Carlos.
Hello, Juve. Thank you.
As we discussed before, my question kind of to you was in terms of where you are in Portugal with digital policies, what kind of phase of the process you are in. I mentioned in the recommendations this building a common understanding as a very vital thing in the process. So from your perspective and your experience, how would you start building that consensus between the stakeholders? Now we cannot hear you again, Carlos, for some reason.
No.
1 moment. Now, yes, thank you.
Yes. Okay, I was saying that it's critical that all relevant stakeholders be effectively engaged and committed to the creation of a national digitalization policy or strategy. From my point of view, there are at least two key elements for the creation of that consensus among the various stakeholders. First, all the stakeholders must understand the importance of creating a national policy or strategy regarding digitalization. Second, establish a regular platform for dialogue between the representatives of government, public authorities, the representative structures of young people, and the young people themselves, which allows the creation, the development, and implementation of a digitalization policy or strategy in a concerted manner in a process of co-creation and co-management. So, from my point of view, any public policy should be co-created together with young people. This is the only way I can see to create a policy or a strategy that generates consensus among the various stakeholders and that has an effective impact on young people. This has been an approach and methodology that has been successfully used in Portugal, particularly regarding the creation of our national youth plan. So I think these are the two elements for to get that consensus.
Thank you. Very insightful and very compact answer to a difficult but rather complex topic. Well done. It warms my heart as a youth work professional to hear that you have been able to really have young people participate in the process, because it is, I would assume, finding that language that is really shared among all stakeholders so people can operate on the same level, it must not be a very easy task. So well done, and a gold star from me to you guys there. The second question for you was that in terms of where you currently are with national youth policies that have digitalization or not, have you already seen some benefits from those policies, or is there a benefit that you would wish to see in the future?
Yes, definitely. So digitalization and technological development has been defined by the Portuguese government as one of the priorities within the scope of youth public policies. Although Portugal does not have a specific digitalization strategy aimed at young people, our national plan for youth includes several measures related to digitalization, particularly regarding training for young people and youth organizations and the development of technological infrastructures. So the digitalization measures have been implemented, have clearly benefited both young people and youth organizations. These measures have made it possible to make available to young people and youth organizations a set of services exclusively in digital format, allowing the mitigation of some asymmetries that exist in face-to-face format, since digital enables the participation in projects of a significant number of young people from rural areas and disadvantaged groups, for instance. From my point of view, the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the development of digitalization and digital youth work. In Portugal, there are visible and very positive impacts on young people and youth organizations that are the outcomes of the digitalization measures implemented. So there is a challenge to which we will have to respond in the near future from my point of view, which is the most suitable model in the near future for youth work activities. It's exclusively a digital format, a hybrid format, or a face-to-face format. I think it's something we will have to see in the near future. I would say that, generally speaking, a hybrid format, based on our experience in Portugal, probably will be the model that would be best suit to our activities and projects. So, summing up, the digitalization of the services available to young people in Portugal has effectively allowed the reduction of geographical, economic, social, and other asymmetries, bringing clear benefits both for young people and the development of youth work. So I would say that we have here a very positive view of of this digitalization process in Portugal.
I love that. Well, I mentioned that finding a common language is crucial in the process of involving stakeholders. I feel here like we are speaking the same language, since youth work as an actor to really level the playing field between different groups of young people and different individuals of young people. That's really key to what it is that we do and why it is that we do. Thank you so much for your time, Carlos. Nice to have you with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Finally, we will switch gears a bit. The next part will not be so much about specific questions, but rather we wanted to use the time to really touch on a topic that I regret to say that we failed to really cover effectively within our work package. We wanted originally to include more things about data-driven youth policies and the discussion on how research should guide youth policy and inform youth practice as well has been something that's been ongoing for years, even if not forever, in the youth field since there has been a youth field. But we had the fortune of hearing that in Flanders there has been recent research regarding digitalization and young people and digital youth work and young people. And we have a researcher, apologies if I mispronounce the name, Lotte Vermeer, here with us to present key points from their research in the next 8 minutes. Lotte, are you there?
I am present and I will now
Welcome.
share my screen. Thank you.
All yours.
I hope you can all see my screen. Okay, so hello everyone and thank you for having me. I am Lotte Vermeer, a researcher at IMEC Smith Vrije Universiteit Brussels in Brussels and Flanders. Today I shortly present my research on digital youth work. Due to the limited time, I will shortly introduce the context, the methodology, and then share with you our policy recommendations based on the results of this study. First, of course, some context. So why this research? It is no longer appropriate to see digital youth work as separate from digital youth work, as it is a substantial part of it and has the same goal as regular youth work, such as the development of young people. Thus, the Council of the European Union wishes for its member states to develop an inclusive policy plan for digital youth work and encourage the sector to give attention to digital activities and create digital practices. They also wish for them to invest in digital capacity building. Our research looks into the situation in Flanders and offers recommendations for both policy members and the sector. Digital youth work was first mentioned in 2017 in the conclusions of the Council of the European Union on smart youth work, and in 2019 a final definition was shared in these conclusions developed by an expert group in 2016, which you see here on the slide. Many people see digital youth work as purely online, yet it is so much more than that. For example, digital media or technologies can be an activity, a tool, or a content, and in this way we can learn, for example, 3D printing, coding, or programming at camp. We can get started with applications or programs to make music. We can come together to reflect on the possibilities and dangers of social media, and all while adhering to the same objectives of youth work. But how did we go about this study? In this research, we wanted to map digital youth work, and we achieved this through an initial quick scan to provide a global overview in an analysis matrix, of which you see part here on the slide. Via desk research, we looked into 190 youth work organizations, of which 39 completed the survey, 39%. My apologies, completed the survey, and 33 organizations were open to follow-up interviews. Then we further analyzed this during a case study analysis with a cross-case section where several aspects were analyzed in depth, such as digital competences, sustainability, partnerships, etc. We looked into 12 best practices. And we noted several challenges, namely the need for long-term funding for projects set up on the basis of ad hoc grants, the need for clear regulation and a user-friendly overview of the useful tools, platforms, etc., so everything that's out there, the need for up-to-date digital material that can withstand rapid digitization, the need for digital competences for both youth workers and young people, as youth workers need to support young people's own competence development, the need for easily accessible capacity building for these youth workers, internally and externally, the need for knowledge sharing about available methods, tools, platforms, practices, where to get collaboration started, etc., to address their own shortcomings, etc., and the need for space for participation and the voice of young people. Based on these results, we drew up 5 recommendations. First, strengthen digital youth work by giving it a place within youth work and clearly describe how, what, and where digital competences are needed to participate in our society. So it is of great importance that non-formal education, youth work, has attention for this, especially for young people who do not have access at home or are digitally excluded. But there is a lack of clear view of what digital youth work is in Flanders, and this needs to be remedied and can be helped via policy. Then, of course, communicate about this to youth workers who currently have insufficient knowledge about digital youth work and are confused about its place in the sector and might even be afraid that they will have to switch to digital instead of regular youth work. So it is important to communicate via different channels like the official lines, but also via support structures about the meaning, place, types, and financial options of digital youth work, and that it does not plan to replace regular youth work. Also focus on digital inclusivity and make sure youth workers are aware of this through, for example, learning networks, financial space, etc. Youth workers need to be aware of who has access, who has the necessary competences to join, who does not, as young people often have a good button knowledge, but are not good at, for example, privacy management or data-related questions. And they tend to also have a low information literacy in Flanders. It is important that youth workers are aware of these challenges and have the right support to make their practices accessible and inclusive. Then, fourth, also partnerships and knowledge sharing should be encouraged. For example, through an online platform with information on where to find support, good practices, existing tools, because right now there is a lack of knowledge sharing about digital youth work among youth workers, which of course relates to recommendation 1. We also see that best practices are often made up of partnerships to meet one's own shortcomings. There also needs to be a greater attention for digital competences of youth workers. If they do not possess the right know-how, knowledge, they cannot support youngsters and they do not know what daily challenges they face. They need to be aware of these things so they can support them properly and guide them, especially due to the informal relationship between youth workers and youngsters compared to, for example, formal education in schools. Then finally, focus on sustainability. For example, provide a sounding board group to evaluate ad hoc projects and provide financial space. Ensure that youth workers have a good training offer. Make sure that youth workers have room to work out the kinks to keep improving their practices, and provide, of course, opportunities to co-create with young peoples, as they can offer unique input from their point of view, and their voice also needs to have a place in youth work. So, to wrap up, strengthen digital youth work in Flanders, communicate about this, don't forget to focus on digital inclusion, create knowledge sharing and partnerships options, and make sustainable practices. Thank you for your attention, and if you wish for more information, you can email me.
Great. Thank you, Lotte, for this wonderful presentation, and well done for condensing it to so short of a time. Thank you for your time, and we will share the material onward that you provide. Thank you, and all the best.
Thank you.
So next up, I will wrap up and I will take away my echo from my ear, and just to say that while the work package is indeed done, and we are finished, we will share the reports and the findings on the webpage of the long-term activity. But that's not to say that we will stop working on the topic. The participants have already made some plans on what topics to collaborate on the future. And we are also looking within the framework of this long-term activity, how do we tie all of our findings and feed them into the other work packages as well. That's what lovely and also challenging about this kind of structure that national agencies are running. So this is all from us and all from me for now, and I will hand over the broadcast to my left to lovely facilitator colleagues Antti and Snezana. Please.
Thank you, Juha, on our right side. As you can see, I managed to steal the microphone back. So now Antti will be doing the non-verbal part, and I will be doing the verbal. So hopefully you enjoyed all the three inputs and kind of different perspectives of strategies, it's a difficult word, isn't it, for digital youth work and how that works in those contexts. And now we are hoping actually to pass it back to your context. So we see what is happening there. And in fact, in a way, unofficial title, which somehow found its way into the house space as well of this session, is Why Are We Like This? Because this is something during our prep meeting that we realized that it's often the questions that is being asked, mostly in the formulation of why are you like this? So kind of externalizing the blame a little bit, either from, let's say, grassroots youth work to strategy and policy makers, or the other way around, like why can't we cooperate? Why cannot we find a common language? Why cannot we bridge the gaps that exist? So we wanted to widen that question a little bit while still keeping the spirit and ask, why are we like this, and why can't we move forward? And in a way actually shift the perspective, like also the speakers have done, and to say what can we do actually in order to walk not necessarily the same way, but at least in the similar direction. So what will happen now is that we are finalizing the stream. So you will soon be invited back to Zoom, where you can in a maybe a bit more familiar environment have a conversation and kind of exchange with some of the colleagues. You will be divided into breakout rooms, and you will be joined by a facilitator. So it's not unlike this morning when you had a conversation among yourselves and then you could facilitate it and steer it yourself. You could, or you had to. This way you will be supported by our colleagues. And actually we have 7 lovely facilitators with us. I will try to share their names without looking at the paper. So we have Anne, we have Jarno, we have Lasse, we have Marius, Michele, Musa, and Peter. And because we have 7 people with us, and you will be seeing them at one point or another, but somehow, judging by the number of participants that we have at the moment, we decided to have 4 groups. Yeah, and there you will find your facilitator, and they might be one, or you are. And Juha and his team have already prepared the questions that you will receive from Domago in the chat. But in fact, what is more important is that the facilitators will be working with these questions. And then you will have a nice, let me look, at least 50 minutes for these conversations. We didn't want to rush it up because we also felt this morning that there was quite a lot of conversations going on. So you will have 50 minutes to kind of elaborate a little bit, to see what you have taken from the inputs, but also what you will do with this in your own realities. Yeah, and you will also have a very simple tool to collect the insights, but we leave that to Domago and the facilitators to explain further. Yeah? Yeah. Good. And then we will see you back, Antti and myself, in a cozy box on Zoom at, okay, this is a challenging part, somehow like this, exactly. At 3:30, we'll see you back on Zoom, where we would really like to see and hear not just us, but also the other working groups from each other, like what were the main insights, what were the discussion points, and so on and so forth. And until then, enjoy on Zoom.